All right, we're back. Yeah, entire PC just crashed. Okay. So what now? You do this, you do this. This one goes like here. Awesome. Dope. And then we can just zoom the right amount. Sick. So that's back up. Yeah, sorry about that. I just had a crash. Should be back. All right. Dope. Go back here. And then let's just do the Instagram highlight. And then what we should do is we should link in the story highlight always. We're so close. Maybe we're not. Maybe we're not so close. What else could we do? Here we go. There's the link. Slap it in here. That's how we do it. From now on, we always do we always do a link in the story post, story highlight. Dope. All right. Well, we lost two figures, no biggie. And then I feel like I've talked about this at length, but I think the main thing that my drawings lack is patience. I think that's the big one. Because I think I'm so impatient about drawing that I don't really even think about what I want out of the drawing. I just kind of go like a mile a minute. And I think if I was just like trying a little bit more with each drawing, I think we'd see progress. But who knows? So this drawing, for example, I was going very intentional with being more patient, being more accurate about getting the lines that I wanted. And it's obviously not perfect, no drawing is, but I think that went a lot better than some of the others we've done today. All right. I'm going to just write a quick note for myself. I like to do this. I like to have these reminders. I'm going to just write patience, accuracy, intention. Because that's the big thing that I think I'm lacking. Cool. And another one. Let's see, we have a rib cage that's like this. That means my head is going to be like that big. I just about buy that. Slightly skinnier neck for style points, probably. Okay. I think I have too long a torso here. Otherwise, I think we're doing okay. I just want to check. Is my chat bugging? Nah, we're good. Sick. Dope. She's got those shy anime legs. That's a little long. So it's this. Reset Pups, hey, how you doing? It's really nice. You're always very positive. It's sick. OMG, Jacob, hey. What can you say? You're just a little guy. I feel like the only way to make that message more positive is to put like an A in the hey. OMG, Jacob, hey, hey. Oh man, it's so close. Listen, we just need to skew these legs so that she's supporting herself, right? Because oh, give me a second. Because of balance, right? Because of balance. So when you check whether or not your drawing is balanced, good tip is to try and estimate the center of gravity, which I don't know. What I learned on Mythbusters as a kid is that it's right around the belly button. But of course, if she's leaning with her entire torso a little bit to the side, that'll skew the balance a little bit. And then, okay, so you find your estimated center of gravity, then you find your contact points on the ground, and if your character is balanced, that should fall somewhere between uh should fall somewhere between those 2 points. And I'll go one further and I'll say that where that point, where that center of gravity falls on your line between your 2 points of contact, or however many points of contact, should be proportional to how much weight the character is putting on the different points of contact. So if you're, and some people do pit of neck to estimate that center of gravity, and I think that works too. So you can do belly button, you can do pit of neck, you can do somewhere a little bit in between. But obviously, if that's really to the side on this horizontal line, that would mean, oh, she's really putting a lot of legs on her stage left leg. A lot of weight, sorry, on her stage left leg. If you want her to be more sort of equally balanced between the 2 legs, you want that point to fall more in the middle between the points of contact, right? Man, that was such a rambly explanation. And because I wanted her to be sort of more 50-50 balanced, like she's not putting all her weight on one leg, I just wanted to skew the legs a little bit. You love the ramble explanations? Well, I try to make them not so rambly, right? Hey, Alwyn. Hey, Alwyn. I try to do a good explanation. I'm just passionate. Yeah, the trickiest bit about this is you have to kind of estimate the center of gravity, right? Because like in a standing chill human, that would be the center of gravity would be around the belly button here. I just checked. I should have trusted my instincts. But of course, if you start moving your limbs crazy, you can push the center of gravity to the side because you're putting a lot of weight away from that center of gravity. And so for very pushed movements, you would have to, very pushed poses, you would have to estimate that center of gravity. I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Though probably this one's way too pushed. It's probably just somewhere like that in this case. You can move your center of gravity, but from the research that I'm just doing off screen, it does seem like it's not, you don't move it that much by just flailing your arms out to the side. Yeah, it's not at his belly button, but it's not all the way out here either. Okay, simmer on that one for a bit. Because honestly, that just made me realize that this is something I need to get better at too. Because I was really misplacing those centers of gravity. All right, next pose. We're channeling patience and accuracy. I have a rib cage that's slightly tilted back here. Thanks, man. I mean, the funny thing is I don't feel like my sketches are clean, right? I feel like my sketches are very messy. Um, but that's just how it's always going to be. Because the level of artistry that you're able to discern is just always going to be higher than the level of artistry you're able to produce. Nah, I'd probably just be like, oh, this is a less experienced artist, and that's fine. I think that's more likely. If I saw your sketches. That's the thing. There's nothing wrong with being like in a different part of your journey. I think, online art culture is really oh, chibis. Yeah, I would really suck at drawing chibis. Online art culture is really dangerous because it's really easy to just be like, "Oh, everyone's a good artist. Everyone knows how to draw, and I don't." But people are just in vastly different sort of like chapters of their art journeys. And so it's a little dangerous for the old ego to go and compare yourself to just anybody that you see on social media. Like, no, I don't draw like a Kim Jong-gi. That's okay. practiced a good bit more than I have. Sure, man. A Discord image link. Yeah, I cannot click that, huh? Oh wait, I can. That's cool. Some dynamic perspective stuff. You entered a flow state. Just make sure that when you do stuff like this, that you're looking up at the character as much as you're looking up at the background. Specifically, what I noticed was you have like an angle to the shoulders that's like really very flat. Like this is almost someone at eye level with you, or someone where like your eye level is at like the hips, and then she's just facing a little bit away from you and dropping her shoulder a little bit. But if you want to have this dramatic perspective, you'd really have a dramatic angle to that shoulder. Right, this would be so dramatic. Mm, yeah. I mean, if your ass has never learned perspective, now's a as good a time as any, man. It's a really useful skill if you want to draw. Uh, yeah. Yeah, if you want to draw, period. Yes, yes. Okay. Okay, dad. Fine. Whatever you say. I don't know. Yeah, so this is just some quick notes on how I would do that differently. I feel like we could find a better pose that would be more clear. Um because right now the fact that this arm is just like covering up her entire body, while it allows for some dynamic foreshortening of the arm, it also means that you just don't see the character that much. And I feel like there's a way to I don't know what the pose would be, but there's definitely some way this feels probably a little bit too pushed with this huge twist. I don't know. We'll be moving on. But the big point was just like be very aware of like the angles of the forms when you're doing super dramatic perspective like this. Yeah. You really want to do more illustrations with perspective and you love splash art? Yeah, I mean, something nice you can do as well is just like find your favorite splash art and then go in and try to do like some simplified forms over it. Just like, okay, so this rib cage is tilted like that. This pelvis is tilted like that. And what I'm sure you'll note when you do that is because the splashes you like are probably more dynamic and foreshortened. The ribcage and pelvis won't look like this. It'll be like super foreshortened, super dynamic, super overlapping. Right? And then just noticing. And I would go actually, and I would recommend doing like the full mannequin breakdown of the pieces that you like. Yeah, and then just notice how probably super foreshortened they'll be. And going and doing these breakdowns will be super helpful for then doing your own drawings of this kind at some point in the future. An ad. Oh no. Are you back? I can just reiterate. Okay, back. Cool. Yeah, so I would recommend going in and doing these form breakdowns, and it can just be like boxes of all the limbs, or you can do cylinders for the limbs. That's actually easier. But just do like these box breakdowns of figures that you really like in splash art. And then what you'll notice most likely is that it'll be like dynamic shit like this, where there's a bunch of overlap between the different forms. And there's a lot of perspective convergence. So the closer stuff will be much bigger than the further stuff. And then doing these breakdowns will allow you to more easily do this yourself in the future. I can guarantee it. Yeah, so go and find a splash that you love and then be like, okay, so this is what that rib cage here is doing. This is what that pelvis is doing. This is what that head is doing. This is the limbs. I think that's a great exercise if you want to start learning foreshortening and dynamic perspective for figures. You've done poses with overlap, you'd get stuff wrong. Yeah, it's really tricky to do. It's a really difficult thing to do. So that's why you go to people who know how to do it, or you go to photo reference. This is a great exercise. This is a great thing to do on top of like fisheye photographs as well, or like very wide angle lens photographs that have a lot of foreshortening and overlap. It's a great thing to go in and do on those types of things because you want to study people that are doing it correctly. And photos are doing it correctly. But also a bunch of very good, talented splash artists are doing it correctly. So those are good sources for studying stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah, so just draw your legs a bit longer than what you think feels natural, and then over time, I'm sure um, you'll start to draw the proper natural proportions. It's also, of course, it's important to know what your target is. So if you want to do that strat, it's quite necessary to know that, okay, well, let's see here, head, and then it's really good to know that the crotch is sort of half of the standard height, right? So you want your legs to be as long as the rest of the figure put together. Um, like know the proportional targets that you're practicing. And then if you realize, oh, I always draw my legs too short. Yeah, then just be like, okay, I'll draw them a little bit bigger this time, every time. And then check in once in a while, be like, am I hitting 50-50? You're aware of this. It's all good. When chat goes, yes, yes, you know it's time to move on. Yes, yes. Okay, man. Whatever you say. Oh, I lost the whole patience thing. Need to get back into the whole patience thing. I draw a little bit looser than when I do my demos. Quag is back and better than ever, reportedly. You know what? I should get myself like a collection of reference that is more foreshortened, that has more dynamic perspective. Because a lot of these figure references we have here are very they're very head on. which is actually kind of not my favorite thing to draw either. I like very hyperdynamic perspective. And if that's something you want to be good at, it's something I should practice. Maybe we could go on like a Pinterest and just start collecting that. Oh, this is interesting. There we go. I was like, why can't I save my PureRef document? And it's because it was already in the process of saving. All right, we'll be Pinteresting for a bit. Just trying to find some good foreshortened reference. For to practice. Cool. Well, there's some, and then different search keyword. And then here's some more. What will I draw? Ooh, that's a tricky name. Siam Shani? Sham Shani? No. Siam Shani? Just some more figures, I think, for now. But first, I'm just compiling some reference. All right. a reference selected. Now we just move it to the reference document. Something that's at the same time really bad and really good about finding reference on Pinterest is once you've found one reference that you like, the whole site fills up with more reference that you'll then like. And then I'll go, okay, well, but then I have to collect all this other reference that's also good. What? It just becomes like a Sisyphusian task. You can just keep going forever. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to leave that one open. And then we're just going to collect all the ones that we have actually found so far. Just don't look at the suggested images. God damn it. It's an impossible challenge. Don't collect the really good Pinterest reference challenge. Difficulty impossible. Okay, I found the strat. If it has really good suggested images, I just leave it open. And then I can collect the reference on my own time. Yes, good strategy. This is how I end up with like a million open Pinterest tabs at all times. Okay, we did it. Cool, cool, cool. Dope. Now, save this reference document. Call this one dynamic persp. And then PureRef has this awesome feature where you can export all the images in a PureRef separately. I use that like a lot if I want to compile like a reference library and just drag it into a PureRef first, and then I just export it all from the PureRef instead of having to save it from the browser. Dope. Now, I can go back to my gesture drawing software. Select my new folder. Dope. And what I could do as well is I could do these mannequinizations like traced over the photos that I found. Sort of the next step of difficulty is just to try to draw it next to the reference instead of on top of the reference. Valid question whether or not I'm ready for this level of difficulty. Oh, actually, we're looking down at you. Hi, FBDX edits. Hi, how you doing? A bit of an angle problem on that face. Very, very underrated. Oh, thanks. I'm assuming you mean me. Which hence the aw thanks. Good, good. We really sorted that social interaction. Oh, yeah. Well, thanks, I am Shani. Thank you. Maybe I'll see you some other time. Although, if it's already late where you're at, and this is kind of the time that I stream, then maybe I won't. Anyway, have a good one. Yeah, it's morning for me too. Cool, tricky, difficult. We love it. Let's do a next one. Couple of things that I have found helpful when you start out with these very, very foreshortened poses is to lay out kind of actually like a combination of a bit of like a perspective grid at the beginning, just so you know roughly the angle of the subject matter that you're drawing, as well as like a very shape-based approach. Like if you can contain the form accurately with some shapes in sort of the lay-in stage, it's way easier to then like fill out the form with a correct or appealing perspective later. Where you at, FBDX? If it's morning for you too, it must be some Europe-y stuff then. It has to be. It's the only way. We may never know. Radio silence. That's chill. We have room for lurkers too. So this is wrong. This is incorrect. Cool. And then a little trick you can do if you like me. Oh man, that's so annoying. Give me a second. If you like me are finding these super dynamic references a little bit tricky to draw, you can, after you've drawn them, put them into your document and do some checking, some corrections. And what I'm noticing about our little drawing here is that we didn't exaggerate the foreshortening enough. So her hand is actually bigger than what I drew it, and the legs need to be shorter. Another thing I messed up is I'm showing too much neck, which is a mistake that I make a bit too often as well. Because when you're seeing people from above, their head will tend to obscure the neck, cover the neck. Right. So what's the takeaways from that one? I think it's like be bolder, just push the foreshortening even more. What we could do is like practicing proportions, just push it so much that it feels like it's too much for a while, and then we'll probably get closer to the right amount of pushing foreshortening. And careful with showing neck from above. Sig's on the run is back. How you doing? Doing just all right. Just all right. I am fantastically well, though I most certainly am not fine. I am close to fine. Any better? Yeah, it seems a little more accurate. Though still not going big enough with the hand. And giving the calves too much credit. Okay. It's really super duper about squishing those furthest limbs. do I feel about that? I feel like the head isn't big enough. And we're forgetting to do the intermittent ones from invention, from imagination. Hey, I'm Stark. Well, that's not what he's doing. Arm is quite a bit more lifted. And I think I'm stretching this torso too much for the angle. You thought about making a vaporwave track sampling the 1966 Adam West Batman. Cool, yeah, do it. I'm calling your bluff, do it. Can't just be saying shit like that and then just not do it. You didn't even listen to Vaporwave. Oh, too bad. Now you've said it. Okay, okay. Sick. I'll ask you next time. And then if you haven't done it, I'll lose respect for you. Because then apparently you're not the type of guy to do what you say you'll do. Fair enough. I guess that's most things, huh? Doing it's easy, doing it well is kind of the difficult bit. Cool, okay, so apropos, here's our attempt for the day at some more foreshortened poses. From reference. Maybe tomorrow we'll do some invented ones as well. For now, we have this guy, and he needs a couple changes. I actually think this one's a bit of a pity. But we'll do it. We'll try it out, and then we'll see how it feels. Because our client wants wants the robot arm to fit under a jacket. Which probably is completely fine, because then you can have a moment where he kind of like busts out of the jacket, and that's gonna look cool. But in terms of just maximizing the impact of like one drawing, it's a small L. Anyway. Whoops. Awesome, dope. Copy this, nope. Copy this guy, move him to the side. Lower the table lock in. We need to end today with 4 versions of this guy. At least 4 versions. Maybe an easier way to think about that is we want what's that? Whatever. Where's my sketch? Here's my sketch. Locking in is the most important part of the day. Maybe sleep. Sleeps big. We want 2 new designs for the arm. That, I think, is an easier way to, like, a more... What's the word I'm looking for? That's just an easier goal to have. We need 2 new arm designs. And one of them needs to be still steampunky, but sleep's not overrated. Everybody underrates sleep. One of the arm designs needs to still be steampunky, but skinnier. And the other one needs to be Y3K futurism shapes. Yeah, that's the thing about irony or sarcasm. It's quite hard to get from a text message. If you're me, for a beast like me. And I think there's a way where we don't have to touch this arm very much to make it skinnier. Like maybe we can actually do like the exact same. Maybe we can literally just pinch it. Except, but the shoulder bit we need to do something about. So the new arm probably needs to end here in something that's a bit smaller than that too. Small enough that he can wear a jacket over it. Well, you're gonna do it anyway. No, no, yeah, for sure. Don't let me stop you from having fun in chat. I'm just gonna. This is probably the dynamic. Is all I'm saying. You make some sarcastic remark. I fail to grasp that. I take it seriously and misunderstand it. You have to clarify. I make this explanation. You make another sarcastic remark. Nothing wrong with that. That's good content. Sick. That's great. That's great. That would be awesome. I don't know. It's just too good an idea to have like the shoulder be like a Harley Davidson knucklehead. There's kind of no way I'm not doing that for the steampunky version, diesel punky version. But it is gonna have to be like small. fit under a jacket. Maybe if it's just like if it's got like padded shoulders, or it looks like it's got padded shoulders. I mean, he'll still look like he has like unnaturally bulky arms with this version. We'll see what the client thinks, but to me, I like that because then it still looks like when the jacket's off that those arms pack a punch, which is kind of a big part of the point of having those arms. Hello, Tim Kellaway. First time chatter. How you doing? Wait, do we I want this layer. I want this layer. Dope. Yeah, you're still here? What an answer to the question, how are you doing? Yep, not dead yet. Still alive. You hate that question? Okay, fair enough. It's just to show like a bit of empathy and interest in other people's well-being. Did I say this is a commission? I did not. It's some world building I'm developing with a friend. But he's the writer. So when I said client, client isn't really true, and it's not how I usually refer to them. But it's he has final say in designs and world building. I have input, and I draw all of it. But no, that's bad. When did that happen? Come on, bros. There you go. Sick. Dope. We're back. You've been doing some world building of your own as of late. Dope. Oh no, ads. I don't know how to handle those yet because I can't responsibly keep answering the viewer questions when they get ads. I wonder. Also, you probably all get them at the same time, huh? So now I'm streaming for the VOD watchers. But it's leather. It's supposed to be leather. It's not gonna fold like that. It's gonna be way stiffer. And we're back. Do you know you have to get those ads all at the same time, right? Or are they individual? Yeah, but yours was super short. Okay, fair enough. The specific ad may vary. There were 4 for you. Damn. That feels more leather-like. TM. When there's a follow. Thanks, Tim. Let's see if I can't find someone wearing a leather jacket with bent arms. Must be in here somewhere. Must be on the internet somewhere. Comic books the goal. But I almost feel a little bit self-conscious every time I say that because we have been doing no comicking so far. It's been all design. You're in the exact same part of the process, only with less skills. I'll get there. You can anyway if you just practice forever. Come on. Give me, okay, maybe that's good enough. So what am I seeing in these references? I'm seeing that because it's leather, you never really get the super tight folds. But what I'm seeing in several of these references is like a bigger eye with smaller folds within it. Like that. That seems like a valid strategy for half lock leather folds. Used to be a musician. Oh, what happened? You stopped being able to play? Mostly just hurts now. That sucks, man. And then okay, so but then and then you do like sets. And simple complex. So if this one's the complex side, then we go simpler over here. What do we think of that? We think that this arm feels whack. But you know, it's also, I mean, you developed fibromyalgia. That sounds like a bad time. I just Googled it. There's so many symptoms. Damn, that sucks. The absence of a diagnosis? But you can still draw? It's an umbrella term. I see. That sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. And hence that I'm still here. I mean, fair enough. So this shoulder is the far shoulder is way higher than the close one right now, which we don't do that. We don't fuck with that. Draw the shoulders at the same height. Okay. If Sokka was a greaser and about 3 times his buff. Yeah, that's maybe a problem. That's maybe a problem. Because he's not supposed to be super buff. And I feel like the rest of him is like actually decently skinny. What's up with that? I see. The rest of him is actually decently skinny, but the arms, of course, make him look more buff, and maybe the chest. Maybe he's a bit too barrel chested right now. Meanwhile, the arms aren't actually his body. So even though he isn't very buff, those could be bigger. You just mean compared with Sokka? I guess Sokka's pretty scrawny too. Still might be a problem. Maybe we should go real skinny. Also, I think maybe if we just go a bit more concave with the arms, the shoulders can actually be bigger, but he's still gonna read us scrawny. Because then it becomes clear that it's not his arms that are big. Right, because now it's kind of clear that whatever is making him look buff is like something pasted over top his body, right? Because the arms are so small themselves. You've been trying to build a science fiction universe? What kind? I kind of am too. Yeah, let's try that. Maybe that's more what we want. And then we can grab you. And spawn you back up here. $10,000 in the future. Hard sci-fi. So you know how all the science works? That's crazy work, man. Not doing a lot of research. Isn't that what makes it hard sci-fi though? Is that it's like all grounded in science? That was my impression. Okay, sick. That seems difficult, man. You don't know the science, but you want all the science to make sense? Well, I'd imagine you would then have to learn all the science. It'll be fine. Sure. What's your goal with the project? Because of course you got to be careful just taking advice from any old dude on the internet. But I would say if your goal is to do a bunch of drawings, it might be counterproductive to set a really high bar for the logic for your drawings. To postulate a universe that you can then use to make short stories with. Right. Yeah, I won't tell you what to do, but I will caution you against very big, ambitious projects that require a lot of non-drawing work if your goal is to draw. Do with that tidbit what you will. Dope. Good thing you're able to take it that way. That is just all I want it to be. Okay, so now, bro, okay. So good. Solid. Dope. So this is good. Awesome. This is what he might look like with the jacket on. This keeps him looking scrawny, but also leaves some room for some industrial design in the shoulder area here. Now that we have that, we go back and we work on the industrial design in the shoulder area there. Right, that's what I wanted. Used to big projects anyway. That's cool. That's cool. I guess, so I'll tell you where the warning comes from. Also, running with a circus is like super, super dope. I don't know a lot of circus artists. That's pretty cool. But the warning comes from with art. If you want to improve, you have to be quite targeted about how you practice and what you practice, because what you practice is what you will improve in. So if what you want to improve in is doing a bunch of hard sci-fi research and stuff that functionally works, and you're more like a design and ideas man rather than like a draftsman, that's cool, and you're doing great. If you want to be really good at like drawing, making stuff that looks like what you want it to look like, sometimes it's a better strategy to make sure that more of your time is spent drawing and your research is quick. Cool. If you want to be like a big sort of like logical, everything works sort of designer, then you can definitely do that. Yeah, yeah. I just advise you to be intentional with the art path you're taking. Smaller thing as well soon. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sounds good. Sounds good. What are we? What am I? Who am I? Sick, sick. You're welcome. You're welcome. Don't worry about it. Now we want this to be appealing. Something that you can sometimes do when you're doing industrial design is just think about, well, what's the anatomy that I'm emulating, and then you can do maybe like a bicep cylinder here, and you can do like a tricep cylinder here, and then if you're smart, maybe you make the shapes sort of imitate a bicep and a tricep too. Now that's quite simple, and here's again that thing about I don't want it to feel flimsy. Um, so that might be where our friend the rubber boot comes in again. So instead of actually showing the skinny flimsy parts of the hydraulic cylinders, we cover that up. And now we need to look at this angle. Yeah, okay. My mistake. I want to do a project that's the opposite of your sci-fi thing. I mean, that sounds good. That sounds good. And then maybe you just work on those two for a while. And now we need to do something. Give me a second. We need to split the stack. So we have this one. That's just the scrawny jacket. And then we have this one, which is scrawny diesel. And then we do another one, which is scrawny Y3K. I promise you, it's all going to make sense. I'm talking about my layer stack right now. That's why it doesn't presently make sense. 3 groups. Split it into 3. Because now we can work on this guy without losing this version here. We can make destructive changes. We're deep in theoretical warp drives. Yeah. It's I definitely fall into that trap quite a lot. I'll be the first to admit, of just like spending my time doing stuff that I really don't care about practicing. Trying to find an accurate-ish way to depict the Milky Way. Okay. Why has that been so tough? Isn't it just like you do like a spiral galaxy? I guess you're saying for comics, so you want to find like a 2D way to represent it. Ads. That's not fully intentional. Okay. Whatever, we can roll with it. Oh, I mean, okay, sure. But I feel like if you're using, you know, the foremost science in the field, if there's like a discussion of if it's still contested, what's the accurate way to depict the Milky Way, then just pick one of them, dude, and you're fine. I feel like that might be an example of overthinking it a little bit. Right. I also feel like even if you're doing hard sci-fi, even if you're like want to do like a Carl Sagan, Isaac Asimov shit, where you want to like invent the invent like the telephone satellite or whatever, be the guy to come up with a space elevator, even if you want to do that shit, it's not like all of your science has to be exactly correct, especially if it is current. You can be wrong about a thing or two and still come up with like the space elevator. And that'll still be cool. I don't know. It just feels awkward. But maybe that's fine. You've got this. I'm sure it's going to be a cool project. I don't know. It's a balance, of course, and I'm not. I guess I'm not really the guy to talk to about hard sci-fi, right? I'm just trying to be pragmatic, you know. Because I think it's important to be that with your personal project as well. Be pragmatic, be realistic to some degree. Okay. The only I really don't like this bit right now. We gotta fix that bit. Having faster than light travel. Yeah, how you gonna do that, bro? And then honestly, just like do like some telescoping system for the hydraulics. I think we're entering the land of good enough. What a place to be. Like, I just about buy that. That fits in that jacket. Sure, man. And it looks diesel punky. It doesn't look too flimsy. The land of good enough. I mean, that's cool, man. You're definitely putting a lot of thought into this. We just get rid of this. This one we adapt from what we have. Just like hold the phone. Give us a second. Um, Shrink you. Lower you. Compress you. Yo, bruh. What's up, gangster? Um, give us some notes. Give us some notes. New arm. New diesel punk arm. Fits in the jacket. Fits within the jacket. Jacket lets him look kind of skinny while still being jacket. New diesel punk arm. What do we think? I haven't gotten to the and here's the actual full jacket. I haven't gotten to the Nova Lux tech bit yet, but we'll get there. Questions, concerns, thoughts? If he literally just checked in for that yo bra message and then dipped, I'm gonna Did I draw this on the Yes, I did. And Amon Stark is making truly stupid music. You don't see the yo bra message? That is weird. That is weird. Maybe it was all a dream. You are so avant-garde, huh? I don't know. I feel like that. I honestly feel like that's pretty run-of-the-mill. Not to put you down, but that does feel like the sample that you would have the beat drop on. That would be cool. Just always have my Bluetooth like open for for business calls. That's crazy. He did just drop in for the yo, bruh. That's so annoying. I guess he's probably got to work or whatever. Okay, and then from here, immediately you have the first knuckle. And then apparently I had no idea, but a huge curve. Probably a little less, something like that. And then the hydraulics. It's a Twitch glitch. Well, good thing we solved that. There's no ghosts. It wasn't all a dream. So the triceps is generally like a shorter shape than the biceps, right? Because the triceps tendons are quite small and flat and start quite high on the arm. But in a bend arm position, the biceps will be shorter than the triceps. And I'm debating with myself whether I want the arm design to reflect the general flow, or maybe it could be cool to have like the boots move as the arm moves. And sort of like change lengths. Doesn't that just seem cooler? Cool. We go for that for now. More animated. Yeah, less static. Just feels more interactive, really. Dope. And you, we need something here, man. Right. Okay. Well, hold the phone. This is my this is my lunch break. We're working through my lunch break. We don't want to be doing that. So to refrain from doing that, we will take a lunch break. Give me a second. But we're trying this new thing today, where instead of ending stream here, I will be back. So we just do, let's do a quick, let's make a disclaimer. 1920 by 1080. Save this file as Twitch overlays. Hold the phone, nerd emoji. Oh, and he's back. But also, but give me notes. Call this file lunch break. I'll send them to you so you don't have to wait for the stream. You'll get them in low resolution. Fuck you. You don't need high resolution to evaluate design anyway. I guess, and I don't have the Nova Lux one yet. But this is scrawnier diesel punk, and it fits within this jacket. There he goes. Now I make the lunch break. Out for lunch. Be back at like 11:45. Or something. Nope. Sick. Make it saturated as hell so it hurts your eyes. Dope, dope. We love it. And call this one, yeah, lunch break. Sick. Now go in OBS. Imig. Add an imig. Don't call it imig, call it lunch break. Oh, fun. Don't crash everything. Yes. Dope, dope. Go back here. Isn't that great? And then we just like strategically position the drawing so that people that check in can see the drawing. All right. See you in a bit. Raise the table, lock in. Classic maneuver. Makes you draw better. Remove the lunch break. Awesome. Dope shit. Now, we need I guess the cool entertainment stream friendly way to do this is to actually have the drawing take up the entire document. I don't need two of these. Right, but if you do this, you know. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. I brought decaf coffee and vibes. You finished the song. Sick. Dope. That's pretty cool. That's like a pretty quick turnover too. Now, and also, but hold the phone again. I want to duplicate you to be this. Because you have the jacket. Holy shit. Fair enough. Fair enough. So we want Y3K metal heart shapes. And we want you to be on that other layer. Dope. Yeah, that's the thing. You don't fit right now. Feels better. Dope. Now, and this one we might struggle a bit with, but we'll see. I've been having trouble anyway doing the metal heart shapes like consistently well. Maybe we find a bit more reference first. Yeah, it is just kind of that, huh? That sucks. Yeah, we might have to flounder around a bit here. Because like the big thing we know about these shapes is that they're like swoopy. They often feel kind of like mathematical in the way that they curve, like computer generated. Um, Spiny and convex quite often. But also sometimes spiny and concave is what I wanted to say. But also sometimes randomly convex. So it's kind of a difficult shape language. I want you to be in front of everything. You are now. Dope. Right. It is kind of that. It is kind of that. It's like Warframe shapes. Kind of. Like weird and swoopy and wedging and intertwining and you literally can't drink caffeine. I missed that. Why? What happens? It's kind of that. It's kind of this. It's kind of that. It's not quite though. Lurking while exercising. Sick. I've just been promoted to treadmill entertainment. That's like a coveted spot. Yeah, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Character looking great. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Struggling a bit with the arms, but you know, shit like that'll happen. Look, it's Machop, the Pokemon. Okay, this is something. I think we can do a stronger shape statement. Like maybe we can really break the expectation of like human anatomy. And refer to some of the other, yeah, it's just those kind of shapes. Like liquid metal. That is what it is. I think I still need little bits of iconography that sort of signal that it's mechanical. So we can do like liquid chrome shapes, but just like couple them with something that looks mechanical. But that's I did this before. Did I come up with any good solutions? Okay. And then if we make these shapes just a bit more like liquid and metal hardy. Ooh, I kind of like floating bits. Kind of like that idea. Like a splash of water. Okay. Yeah, yeah. All right, let's try the hand then. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. That's the other thing is something that I haven't been communicating very well with the other drawings is technology from this place, Nova Lux, the Y3K place, is also powered by these pearls here. It's the same power source as the Apollo designs. So it's a really good thing if I can incorporate some perfect circles here and there in the design. Actually. Okay. That doesn't feel bad. Now, if I could just put something in here that makes you feel like you're mechanical and not just organic. or some sort of bolt or whatever. I think that's good. I think perfect circles are a good way to do that. Cool. Because also the thing about this is, I mean, the rendering is going to do a ton of heavy lifting on this design. Because I feel like once this looks properly like Chrome, we're going to go to the moon. To the moon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. Group these guys. Let's try one more where the top here isn't as, I don't know, where it just matches the bottom a bit more. shape. We can do better for sure. Let's see. You I just want some outward projection, man. Guess that's another thing, is it doesn't actually have to fit within the jacket if it's like this liquid technology. Like there could be an undeployed and a deployed version. So there's another idea, which would then involve that when he takes off the jacket, it kind of explodes like that. What this does well, I think, is that it feels quite liquid. It feels quite a lot like this liquid metal idea that I'm trying to channel. I have that, huh? You're still here, by the way. Awesome. Started painting. That's sick. That's dope. All right. Yeah. What you painting? Cool. That's 3 Nova Lux arms. Let's go with that, right? Valentine's gift. Oh, if I had one. Only problem is the Timmy Turner meme doesn't work in this instance because you don't really put a girlfriend anywhere. Yeah, do it just in case. That's smart. That's smart. If somebody pulls up at my door, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm prepared for this. That's good. That's why they pay you the big bucks. It's because of ideas like that. I made this portrait of it. Well, you didn't say portrait. You could draw other shit that's like Valentine's-y. I drew this dope, dripped out Cupid character. You know, just in case. Right, I know. You're set, but you're saying just in case somebody shows up at my place, I should have a present prep, right? And that doesn't have to be a painting of your girlfriend. Actually, I think it would be a little bit strange if I did a painting of your girlfriend. Maybe that's just me. Something's better than nothing. I have this painting that somebody else did of their girlfriend. I'm sure that's gonna work. We have this one. We have. Wait, actually, yeah. Where's the last bro? Did I throw out the last bro? I might have fucked up. No. He's right here. He's right here. Yeah. Dope. 3 different Nova Lux arms. Well, 4 actually, I think. 4? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, if that counts. It feels so off that you're not a point. Sick. I don't think that one really works. So we have 3. Come on, start reading as Chrome. You can do it. Come on. Please? Do I want to listen to the Batman song? Sure, sure. All right, let's hit it. I feel like it almost reads like Chrome now. Status report. I was like, is this even vaporwave? But then I started hearing the little chorus in the background, and then it's super vaporwave. Cool, man. Fun listen. I think, and now I'm not very knowledgeable on music or anything. I think maybe went a little bit heavy with like the verbal samples. Maybe there's a little bit much the Joker criminal, the Joker criminal, and you could let like the track speak a little bit more for itself. The instrumentals and the chorus. Plunderphonics, dude. I've never heard that term before. Plunderphonics. Not important. No, I can't imagine that it is, but all right. I'd say that feels Chrome-like, Chromulous. Maybe a little bit too much of this and that. Alien Cromulus. Alien Romulus definitely sounds I've heard before, but not immediately like a piece of media or a reference I'm familiar with. You win some, you lose some. You haven't even seen it. Guess we're on equal footing then. Cool. Well, but yeah. Now the problem is, for each of these arms here, we kind of want to draw the other arm on the other side. Give me the jacket. I know that it has to fit, kind of fit within the jacket. You know what we can do with you is we can just squeeze you like that a little bit. Oh right, that's what it is. It's topical. It's on like the HBO for you page right now. Always up to date with the HBO for you page. I like movies, you know, I like watching movies, and I'll check in with the HBO for you page. And then inevitably I'll realize that they have nothing that I'm interested in seeing because I've seen it all. I've seen it all. And then I'll just go on like Letterboxd or IMDb top 250 movies, and I'll find something that I haven't seen before, and then I'll watch that. And then problem solved, you know. Yes. Nope, not on the inside. What do we do on the inside? Something like that, methinks. You like other movies? You're addicted to Letterboxd. What's your favorite movie? Okay, you're such a movie guy. Name five. Think you're so big. Name five movies you like. Five, yeah, it's a lot. Citizen Kane. Movies. What are movies? Uh, Perks of Being a Wallflower. Oh no. Name a woman. You've not even started. I'm up 2 still. And I quit. Oh, no, no. He got it. He got it. Legend of the Mountain. King Hu Yi Yi. Edward Yang, The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp. Powell and Pressburger Sancho, the bailiff. Dude, you could have just at least tried putting in like one real movie. Instead of just like putting new letters together in formations you haven't seen them in before. Cinema, man. Legend of the Mountain. The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp. Sancho the Bailiff and Barry Lyndon? No. And then there's one more, which I'm assuming would be Yee Yee. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I have not seen any of these movies. These movies are all new to me. I've heard of Barry Lyndon, but I have but I've only heard. Only ever heard. I've not seen of Barry Lyndon. It's pretty long. You're quite fond of Aquaman. You're such a troll. This one I got your sarcasm. Nah, you're serious? Bad opinion. Wrong. Give it 4 stars for real. On God, even? That's empty, meaningless words to me. The atheist streamer has logged on. Swear on your mother, I'll believe you. I'm not God fearing. Can't say that I am. That's wrong. That's got to be wrong. That I believe. this. Nope. This. Yep, all right. I think we're gonna only do the man, it's so funny to just end sentences. I think we're gonna only do like the Chrome material indication on one of these. It's just gonna take too much time and not really add enough value. Why stream so long today? New thing. So we're unemployed at the moment. And being unemployed leaves you more time to stream. So we're trying that for a little bit. Just to see how that feels, see what happens. My roommate has this take that just like flat out, the more you stream, the more likely you are to get any sort of like traction on Twitch. So we'll see. I've been there. With been there, I mean presently, right now, in this moment. It's called being an artist. Yeah, sure, man. I don't know. If you're good enough, it's not. If you're good enough, you're just kind of fine, I think. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm buying their lies. It's called life. Well, not as if you're good enough. If you're good enough, it's just kind of easy, right? If you're just real good at life, there's no problems. Maybe I'm just buying stoic lies. Nairwall, thanks for following. Holy shit, we reached a follower goal. Oh my god. The man wants me to think that. I'm sure he does. Nope. All right. Would we be seeing the other one? Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Saw the videos on Instagram. Thought you'd check out the stream. Well, sick man. Thanks for Sigma. Thanks for stopping by. Don't worry about that. My friend group is like obsessed with saying the word Sigma. And I'm trying to channel the brain rot a little bit for content. Are these arms okay? Are these arms good? I think that's a fine, decent arm, kind of from the perspective of what we're trying to do here. Dope. Then you can disappear the jacket, and you can disappear the diesel punk arm, and then you have another iteration. And it's a little bit like a bit far out, I think. But other than that, it kind of looks like what it's supposed to look like, which is good. We like that. Add a little bit more curve to its counterpart over here. So this gesture matches that gesture a bit more. A little bit of strategic line weight here and there. So, okay, let's do some market analysis. If you're still here in Narwhal, it's tricky. Narwhal, how did you come to the conclusion that you wanted to check out the stream? What prompted you to do such a thing? Was it the story highlight? Was the stream mentioned in a reel? What made you realize that there was a stream? Because then I gotta keep doing that, whatever that was. I have Instagram. Yes, I am an artist in the 21st century. Odds are you're a beginner artist. You really like the way I explain stuff. That's cool. That's cool. And I appreciate it. I was trying to get at like the specific call to action. I'm thinking most likely it's the stories. When I post the stories with the link, probably that's what gets people here. Reels and saw the bio. Okay, sick. Okay. Passive income then. Thank you for answering the survey. Appreciate it. For free even. Yeah, well, all the Instagram explaining comes from these reels. It's from these streams, sorry. It's just, it's spaced out. So you're not gonna get like 6 hours of that or 3 hours of that. You're gonna get a couple of glimpses of that over the course of a 3-hour stream. Or 6 now. We're starting to go long. Trying a new experiment. Cool. Then, now then, we do the material indication. Sick, dope, awesome. That is what the stream is largely intended for. That, and then we do get a surprising amount of like active chatters, which I don't know, just felt a little unexpected to me at first. This pinky's real long. The first joint specifically of this pinky. Pseudo fixed. Better than active shooters. So true, so true. Most things are, but definitely, yeah. Better than active supervolcanoes. Active chatters are better than active bombs. Better than active serial killers. Active gamblers. Yeah, even that, yeah. Of course, mostly for their own sake, but gambling hurts people around you. Gambling hurts people around you. Your gambling on Twitch is actually really good for engagement. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. I have a stack on me finishing this drawing before you guys finish my drawing for me. It's a good bet. I'd take it if I were me and wanted to give you betting advice. Play FIFA for engagement. That's another thing. I could start playing video games. Diversify the content, diversify the audience. I play Amin, the Binding of Isaac. A mean one, yeah. Yeah, what's that? PCAT. I've been using PCAT as sort of like a case study for like a successful art streamer. And what works for her is definitely like she's as much of an entertainer as she is an artist, right? She's got the VTuber thing. She's like a personality. She plays video games on stream. Her tutorials are snappy and fun and entertaining. Edited. I don't know. I just don't think that's super duper my style presently. Okay, decent start, and then like maybe do some value transition on this. Just for the variation. And we do one that's just like a black sort of line. We can probably get more interesting with those shapes. More liquid-like and dynamic. Like so, like that. Holy shit. I almost spilled my very little bit of coffee everywhere. Now I can do no such thing anymore. And we can do this with a mask. Come on. Nope. Not what we wanted to do. Try that again. Here. Add this little detail. Any day now, that's going to start to feel like Chrome. Looks good, looks good. And now hit him with the white. And I do the white. Right before the black. Yep. Oh, we got a subscriber. Thank you, Alman. You only have one of those a month, I hear, the Prime subscriptions? Is that how it works? Appreciate you giving it out. And then the other bit of white we do right here. And now hopefully you're starting to get Chrome, because if not, then you're not gonna get Chrome. You forgot to use it. Well, good thing you have me. I'm always happy to accept a forgotten Prime subscription. Anytime, man. You just send me money. I will gracefully allow you to do that. Oh, shit. Fuck. Sure, we can do that again. I think it's worth it to have it on a different layer. Awesome, dope. And never in the history of art has anything felt more like Chrome, Jacob. This is awesome, and you nailed it. Thank you. One day all will be Chrome. Yeah, once the virus spreads. All right, cool. That's you. You're done now. And then we need to draw like 2 to 3 more arms. This is one. Now we need this one. Now, if we're a little bit smart about things, we copy the bottom of this one. and slap it in here. Google Chrome virus. I don't think I've seen that one SpongeBob episode, unfortunately. Big Guy Pants okay, though? I know Big Guy Pants okay. Big guy, big guy? Big Guy Pants okay? Please give me internet points. No one gave him internet points. No one gave him internet points for that. Okay, we'll just do this on a separate layer. And then on a third layer, nope, come on. Nope, come on. Wait, does that work? Nope. You have to... That could work, that could work. All right, gotta lock in and can't yap any longer. I believe you can do it. Set your timer, do those 30-minute portraits. I believe. Locking in is the most important part of the day. And then on like one final layer, we do these. Like the offshoots that are just coming out of the arm here. I don't know, is that even helping? Nah, we don't need that one. Awesome. And erase all that and erase all that. Where did I put the cigarette? Sick. Cool. So that one was quite quick because that's it. That's all it is. Should have about 1 hour of stream left in us today. We can do that one. If I'm still here, see you later. Oh, yeah, for sure. We can do that one after a quick bathroom break and sitting down. Be right back. And we back and we back and we back and we back. I'll just lower the table muted because that makes a bit of noise. Bureau assis debout. Standing sitting desk. Yeah, for sure. For because for back. I'm sorry. You're chill. It's all good. It's all good. Yes, I would enjoy it if my back were to work for many years. And I've been told that something that helps make this a reality is changing from standing to sitting to standing to sitting a bunch. What's the ref? I guess I did actually use a ref. I'll just find it for you. This guy. I used this guy. What's the ref? Oh, you meant the desk. Oh, open door. Give me a second. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what type of desk it is. Actually, it's just one. It's got like a hand crank. That I can lower and lift it with. I bought it off someone secondhand, so I don't know the model. That's you. This is arm set of arms number 2. Merge that down. And then I don't think we're going to do this one. It's probably a little too spiny, but let's do that one. And once again, let's be a little bit smart about it. Let's copy the lower arm from this one. Project. It's for a project. We're trying to world build for a comic. We are world building for a comic. Do or do not, right? Yeah, this is supposed to be the main character. Still like in the exploration stages. The Itachi eye lines. Sick. No, I forget what that wrinkle is called. At one point, I could have hit you with some with the weirdest anatomy flex, but I'm out. This is the last bit of designing I'm doing for this guy today, and then I'm just shipping off all the iterations. These arms go quite hard, Mr. Artist Man. Oh, I thank you, Mr. Writer Man. Mr. Programmer Man. Happy to hear that you think so. For this one, you found the Among Us link. It's just a joke. For a while, it's a joke with a bit of lore, because for a while at my school, the school where I got my 3D education, the animation workshop, we would hide little Among Us characters in our assignments. Me, a friend, yeah, me and a couple of friends. And so in a couple of them, I would hide like a QR code that had a link to Among Us. So I just brought that into the streaming space. It's not an affiliate link. It's not like I make any money. Don't don't buy the game or anything. It's like a Rickroll. It could have been. It could have 10 years ago. It would have been Rick Astley, never gonna give you up. But in the year of our Lord 2026, it's an Among Us link. Is this all correct? Does this all check out? I think so. Roughly all checks out. Cool. And there you go. That one was pretty easy. And we're not, I mean, we could. It's not going to take a while. It's not going to take very long. You should be like here and actually kind of facing directly towards the camera a little bit. If we're going to do it, though, let's go all in. All good, all good. What's the difference between being an artist and creating concepts, designs of a character? Is there a methodology to it, or are some people extremely creative to make a whole character and vibe from scratch? Um, so I'm not entirely sure that I know what the question is. Um, there's definitely like an entire discipline to being like a concept artist, which would which is what you how you would describe what I'm doing right now. I'm making concept art, right? For it's like pre-production art, figuring out characters and props. It would be environments as well, right? Um, yeah, there is a methodology. Um, I'm kind of actually like a. It's kind of bad practice what I'm doing right now because I'm being quite free flowing with my concept workflow. The typical workflow is like you start with a bunch of like silhouettes and you just figure out what are some shapes that you like for the character. And then once you have your silhouettes, typically then you might do like a sketch like this, or you might even break that silhouette up into mid-tone, light and dark first. And then you'd go in and you would from there you'd do your sketch, and then you might color the sketch and go to render. But the big thing is at every one of these steps for a concept artist would typically have iterations. Depending on what you want to achieve, you'd make different versions of the silhouette that maybe have different body types or proportions or props. And then a lot of concept art is actually building great ideas through iteration. That's probably the best like single word answer I can get at for your question, is that iteration is how you build great concepts. And some people are geniuses, but it's quite difficult to get like an amazing idea and visual off the bat. What's way more common is through trial and error and just trying and trying again the same or similar ideas. Over time you'll find something that looks cool and unique and also communicates what you want to communicate. And that whole process of iteration, that whole idea that iteration is how you get to cool ideas and visuals. That was funky. That whole process is why a lot of artists start, or that whole thinking is why a lot of artists start in silhouette, because it's easier and quicker to knock a bunch of those out than it is to do a bunch of more polished drawings like the one I'm doing here. Oh, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Cool. Now we really just want to lay these guys out so we can see them next to each other. I think we had 4, right? So you will be top arm. You are top arm. You will be next one up. You, wait. Oh, don't crash. Please don't crash. Sick. Dope. You we're waiting for the save, hoping not to see a crash. Will be the second to last bulbous arm man, and you will be this guy with the material indication. Awesome sauce. But you're missing a cigarette. There you go. You'll just be that one then. Sick. Then we grab all of these guys, copy them, and Nova Lux Arms. Paste them. Make them small. You should probably be the first one. Sick. My mouth's a hard concept is sick. What the frick? Why, thank you. That's very kind. Awesome. And very hyped to see how Hound is going to turn out. Yeah, I mean we're it's a very gradual thing. You're not there's not going to be any one reveal. I also got to do this guy's mask. I guess we could do that today too. Now we're in the zone anyway. No, I'm excited too. We're just gonna get there over time, piece by piece. in the zone. We try to be. We try to be. That's nice. That's good. That's good to hear. We are happy to hear that. That you're picking up what I'm putting down. Yeah, fuck the smoke. We'll do that. Figure that out. Sick. Awesome. That's good. Yeah, I think it was a good time to sort of attack Apollo a little bit, just because I like to have like a picture of everything. I like to have like an idea of how I like to have scratched the surface of the entire project early, because then it becomes way easier to dig deeper in any part of that surface. If you sort of have the rough map of everything, it's way easier to like that. The rough map of Apollo will inform Nova Lux and vice versa, right? So I think, especially when you're building huge systems like this, it really helps to work in iteration. Work iteratively. Give everything a good pass and then dig deeper. Yeah. It's not as necessary when you're dealing with smaller design scope. Sometimes you can just figure that all out in one fell swoop. Balius sigmaceus. Okay, bro. What is it that we want? We want time travel. When do we want it? Doesn't matter. Cool. Novalux arms for days. we're also going to be doing this one. Eh. And let's close that gap real quick too. What do you look like? You have that color. It'll be time soon to do another one of those process videos, quote unquote, where I just like put the entire like 3 months of work in one 20-second or 40-second or whatever long video, because this file is reaching that same amount of content. Put it to like running in the 90s or something. That's that guy. Then I have one that's with the jacket. That's this one. Talked about this one before. It's a simple, easy concept art trick, but just always, always, even on sketches, if you have the time and you're going to be presenting something, put the design in silhouette, because the design just becomes more visible. We just see it better if it has a silhouette shape than if it's just line. This is just a more visible design. It's an easy way to make the presentation like twice as good. Very little effort. Dope. And finally, this guy. Yeah, I can't help you with that one, man. That's interesting. Sad to hear that. Did you study like fine arts? Let's call this one. This one was visual palette. Not the button I wanted to click. That's the button. Graphic design. You had a lot of 3D. I studied 3D. Had some concept. UI, outdoor sketching, sketching a model, etc. Okay, yeah. So a bunch of drawing as well. Oh yeah, he's gonna need a card or two for sure. Just a little bit more line weight to that hand there. And fix the gap. Fix the gaps, mind the gap. Because why? Because that lets us do this quite easily. Systematically on Miro and bullet points. Yeah, I still, you know what? If you have a lot of thoughts, it's probably good. But we've been doing this to just do like the Miro board, and then you can do me a quick walkthrough of the ideas. Yeah. We've been new. We've been new. Drawing model is such a good entry point. It made you fall in love with drawing anatomy. It felt rewarding to be able to draw when maths and your pencil were doing 99% of the job. Huh. So drawing a model as in figure drawing, or drawing a 3D model? It's also fun because I don't tend to think of drawing as being very mathematical, but I guess I mean perspective and construction is geometry, right? Yeah. So yeah, no, that makes sense. That's figure drawing, a croquis. I do that quite a bit too. Well, and maybe depending on if you're like a purist, then I don't do that quite a bit, because usually what I do is I'll do figure drawing with a photo reference. I've done a lot of live croquis in my life as well, um, but now what I tend to do is mostly from the comfort of my own home at the moment. Cool. this will be Buff Diesel. Do I teach art on the side? I mean, that depends. I do this, where I do try to give my 2 cents, give some insight. That's the extent of it. It's only online, social media, free tips. For a long time, I said that was like my dream or goal job was like as an art teacher. It still kind of is, right? Because I think online art teaching feels like a very viable, attractive career path for me. But no, I don't do anything official. And I don't do anything paid as of yet. Think I should go for it? Yeah. I think I will. I don't know. Don't quite know when or how. We'll figure that bit out later, I guess. Sick. Let me just re-export that then, because we made some changes. And then what we'll do is I will grab all my exports and I will put them in the Miro board that we use for the world building. So that my collaborator and fellow chatter can look at the sketches at his leisure. I think it's actually, because all of these characters here, well, this one for sure, and a bunch of the others that I have drawn, need masks. They need like sci-fi masks that I just have not designed any of yet, and I think that's actually like a big gap in... How do I flip horizontally here? Miro, flip horizontally. It's a big gap in the visuals in the world building right now that this guy needs a mask and he doesn't, and he hasn't ever had one. There's no flip horizontal in Miro at all? That's wild. I just want to have the guy with the chrome first. Oh, well, you always do a combination. I mean, I might, so what I was actually just about to do is I have this logo here. For the project, and I would probably do some mask designs based off of this specific logo for this guy. And then I might, you know, it would be good. It would be a good, responsible thing to actually iterate in shape here, in silhouette. well, not in silhouette, but in shape, and then draw it later, I might find like one or two sci-fi. Yeah, ref. I might find like one or two sci-fi masks. Then I would find like reference for my theming, which is like subject matter, let's say. Subject matter of mask. And then I'd have like previous designs, because I'm designing within the constraints of a world that we're gradually defining, right? And I think that would be my ref board. Then I would lend something from the sci-fi masks. I would filter that through, or I would filter the subject matter through the shapes of these sci-fi masks, shapes and functional thingamajigs. And then I would use these previous designs. Of course, if you don't already have like world building and concepting, just go with this. You can also find some style ref, maybe. Style. That's a very typical type of reference to have as well. Let me just finish posting the designs on the Miro board. Don't worry about it. I decided to give this out. And honestly, it is stuff like this that I would communicate with an art course. The big difference is you're just getting stuff like out of order, whatever I'm doing right now. If I did an actual course, you'd get like a structured step by step. Okay, let's talk about silhouettes. Here's everything there is to know about silhouettes. Okay, let's talk about color schemes. Here's everything I know about color schemes, right? You're just getting tidbits now. I'm fine with just giving tidbits out. It's not a lot of effort either. Okay, but now let's actually just do that. Let's do some mask ideas. Give me that one. Hit him with a mask section to my ref board. Awesome. And then the dog, I have some reference of the dog already in another part of my ref board. Cool. So just to show you right now, what I have is like, did that work? It did. It's like this. So this is some drawings from an artist that I admire. This is Fuel Stains on Instagram. Fuel Stains, Nikolai Yorgiev. I don't know how to pronounce his name, I have to admit. Fuel Stains. And then this is like my style and sci-fi reference. Often it's good to find real world reference rather than just artist reference, but you know. And then this is like my subject matter reference, right? There's some version that you could do here that has, let's just find like a symmetrical ruler, make it easy for ourselves. Has like an open mouth area. Problem with that, of course, and you might be able to see it, is that it looks quite Batman-y. But maybe we can fix that somehow by adding like a snout. Guess I could have done that, yeah. Right now, I'm just trying to get some shapes that I like, because I feel like I can always, you want to work big to medium to small. Start with the biggest decisions. And I think the biggest decision right now that I need to solve is like the shape statement. Not what's all the greebling like, what's all the sci-fi details gonna look like, but what's the shape? At this point, you have better knowledge about art than the capacity of drawing something yourself. I think that's a very, very common experience. Most people feel like this, me included, I think. So now, what you do with that is you take all of the things that you have learned about art and you practice them. You hammer them in. Whatever it is that you've just learned, just draw it 100 times. And you will start to see that the distance between what you know and what you can do starts to shrink. Probably want a bit more of like a break here and a break forward like that. I like some version of that. I don't know if it's going to be those shapes exactly. And then I'm speculating, like, do I want teeth here? You can go really literal with stuff like this, where you're like, you have a sort of icon or symbol that you want to implement into a specific piece of costume or a prop. A lot of ways to handle it. You can go really literal, or what tends to work better in most people's opinion is if you go a little bit more subtle and you hint a little bit more. Use some of the language of the reference, but not the entire thing. Like this, I don't know, potentially, probably, it's a question for you guys as well, feels a little bit more elegant than this. CPS and PS. So are you trying to say Clip Studio Paint and Photoshop? Yes, there's many differences. Most of them don't matter very much. Photoshop is, I still think, just better at photo manipulation. It has been 5 hours. Yeah. We're also, I mean, we're about to shut off the stream. I work in Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint is fine for most things, and it's way better at animation. So if you want to animate, Clip Studio Paint's a winner. Grab that. Photoshop is the better Photoshop app. Yeah. It's better at photo manipulation. Most things that you will ever need to do in Photoshop, you can do in Clip Studio Paint. Though sometimes I do find, like, I like to work in Clip Studio Paint. That's my main software. Sometimes I do find I have to just get in Photoshop and do like a small operation, or not that I have to, but I really want to. um, there's stuff that I just don't want to do in Clip Studio Paint where I'd rather just go into Photoshop. It's also where I have the most practice. But I do think that there's actions that are just more available, like more easily available in Photoshop. Yeah, animation. I said that. I said that. Clip Studio Paint is better for comics. I've heard tell. Some people say strictly better. We're waiting for 6 hours to end. I don't know what we're waiting for, actually. I think maybe maybe we just end it now that you brought it up. Stream has to end at some point. And this was the plan, right? I went 8 till 11 as per usual. And then I went half an hour break till 11:30, and then another 3 hours. Please wait. What's up? Do you have any specific reasonable argumentation? 8-hour job. 8-hour job. I don't know, man. Maybe another time. I think for now, I don't want to grow it too quickly and then just see it get like out of hand. I like this. There's a way to build upon this that I think could be cool. I don't know what it is, but it's there. There's a way to make this like a cool mask. So let's like put a star at you. Work on you tomorrow, probably. Uncomfy? You don't know. You don't know how it's padded. Have you tried it? No. It could be extremely comfy. Look uncomfy. Yeah, well, it's more functional than comfort. It's not like you wear it to be comfortable. Okay, yo, something's up. Hey, big long chat message. Well, that feels like a scam message, man. I mean, I appreciate it, yeah, but that feels like a bot. Seems fishy. All right. We're gonna call it there. This was the plan. 2:30 was the plan. I appreciate that you guys want the stream to go forever, but we're not gonna be doing that. Thanks for joining the stream. Thanks for hanging out. See you in the next one. Tomorrow will be a long stream as well. Probably, most likely. Until then, have a good one. Goodbye.